Okay, good morning. DL's Adam and Giselle. Good to see you on there. Hopefully the other three will pop on. Okay, let's have a word of prayer and we'll get started today, okay? Shh. Pray. Father, thank you for today. Another beautiful day that you've given to us. Another day that we can, in whatever capacity that there is, we can serve you. Help us just to keep that in forefront of our minds and keep you there and keep you involved in all of our aspects, everything that we're doing. Just bless us today in that precious name. Amen. Okay. Shh. So today's lesson, what we're talking about today is meddling in other people's business. Proverbs 20. Shh. Guys, hey, enough of the conversations. Okay? Proverbs 26:17 says, "He that passeth by and meddleth with strife, belonging not to him, is like one that taketh a dog by the cars." What type of person does this verse describe? A person who meddles in other people's problems. The meddler. Give me some feedback. Why do you think people meddle? They're bored, it's fun? That's interesting. Hey, your conversations need to stop. Second warning, class-wide. What? Okay. For blackmail. Yeah. Good? Wrong? Right? Wrong or right? Okay. Trying to get dirt on somebody or to blackmail them in some way is not right. Good to see you, Lacey, online. Maya? Pardon? You meddle because you care. Explain. How far do you, okay, I agree with you. How far do you push it? Because I think that's where Amethyst was going with her thought, I think. How far do you push it where meddling in that good sense becomes wrong? Can it go that far? Can it go to the length? Okay. Here's probably a good rule of thumb is friends should care about other people. Friends should care about their friends. Okay? No doubt about that. You want to find out what's wrong with them. Okay? And yet, they may say, no, I don't want to talk about it. When do you stop trying to find out? If your friend's having some trouble, is it right for you to go and try to get involved? Okay.
And if they don't want to talk about it, then that's kind of like if we could have helped them, it's more on them. Because we're just here to listen as a friend.
Okay.
And if they don't want to talk about it, then we shouldn't try and make them talk about it.
Okay. Amethyst?
Honestly, it's really hard to say whether or not you should or should not do something
True. I agree. I agree with everything you're saying. Totally. Um, Ricky, chair down, please. Why don't we back off, though? Okay? Why don't we? A lot of times we don't back off. Okay? And we press and press and press, and pretty soon that person may give in or may get upset. But why don't we? Because we want to be involved. Okay? Whether to the wrong or to the right of that, we want to be involved with what's going around. And what I'm doing right now is not meddling. Okay? I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm getting involved. Okay? Okay? Now, I see some torn papers. So if someone tore them, they should have the decency, courtesy to tape them back for you. Okay? Was it you?
What?
Did you tear his papers?
Yeah.
Then you should fix them.
I tried. I literally got this paper like 2 minutes after I did it.
How about
Everybody panicked.
how about tape?
You can find it because Derek was hogging it.
Tape's right there right now. Come. Okay.
No, because we like to have
Okay, gentlemen. This is not a discussion we need to have.
I ripped it though because you kept smacking with it.
Okay, let me put it this way, Doug. Shh. Doug and Adrian. Let me put it this way. You're gonna take the high road, aren't you, Doug? You're gonna take the high road and do what you're supposed to do, right? Okay. Adrian, you're gonna join him on that high road and let him do what he needs to do, correct?
I've been a bad boy.
For mercy.
Correct.
What? Oh my
You
God.
say yes.
This is so. Yes.
Okay. So, science notes? Okay, by science time. Okay? Now, can we go on? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Okay. So, that's a teacher meddling in students' affairs. But that's the proper thing to do because it had to get solved. Okay? So, brings up another thought that always comes into my mind. Right? I love these thoughts. You got two friends. And maybe that's all you've got. No, you got two friends. Okay? And they are at odds with each other. Do you get involved? Or do you sit back and let it work itself out? What do you think? You have two friends. They're at odds with each other. Do you step in and meddle? Or do you let them work it out?
You let them hash it
Yeah,
out.
because then you'll have problems with both of the people that are fighting. Battle over it.
Exactly. You just stay out of it. Stay out of it. Stay out of it, Gabby.
Okay. We have diverse opinions here.
If it's a girl, you don't.
Just beat both
Don't
of them.
do it.
If you're buff enough, just beat both of them.
Okay. Most everybody that spoke up said, let them work it out. Gabby, you said not necessarily. What do you mean by not necessarily?
Some people have really bad communication skills and like they can't work it out and they just drag it on and they go longer and longer and you see someone in the middle to be like, hey, and fix it.
Okay.
There's always the
There's what? What?
There's always the friend in the middle. If it's like a friend of three and then like and these two are like fighting and then like they can't like talk to each other, they can't communicate properly and then the friends are just stuck in the middle and she can't pick sides because they're both friends. So she has to help them work it out or else it's just gonna get dragged
It's kind of like the Three Stooges. Boing, bang the heads together, right?
Mo's my favorite.
Okay. Yeah. Um, not that you want to do that, but you feel like doing that with your friends if you have, okay? Because you're, hey, you're sitting on the sideline and you're saying, guys, this isn't, what you're doing, it doesn't make sense, okay? There's nothing, no reason for you guys to be upset with each other, okay? Can you cause more problems? Okay, you can. Okay. People tend to be nosy because they meddle. They want to know what's going on even though they don't need to know. People tend to get a sense of superiority by getting involved in other people's problems. And then, if you solve it, you say, hey, I need to go into psychology work. Okay? Okay. Because you get a proudful opinion of yourself at that point. There is a sense in which we should try to be peacemakers. Okay? That's not the motive of being a meddler. Shh.
It's like you know how you said that there's situations where you should meddle. Like here's a good situation.
Okay.
Like you know how when Isaac starts talking bad about Star Trek and you start talking bad about Star Wars,
Uh-huh.
I like interfering with the Twilight Zone. So all three of us just picking. You just gotta meddle sometimes. Just make the conversation.
But we're not at odds with each other. What was the last thing you said?
Sometimes you just gotta meddle into the conversation to make things spicy.
Spicy?
Yes.
You know what? You mean like, no, I won't go there. I won't do that. Okay. Now, Isaac and I with our Star Trek and Star Wars thing we're not at odds with each other. I'm just trying to get him to see the light.
Isaac in the corner is like, wow.
I'm trying to get him to see the light versus just laser. Just a laser. Okay. Okay. Now, is being a peacemaker meddling?
No. Because you just wanna have the better good at the game.
Okay. What do you mean by depends?
He's peacemaker. You make peace by meddling, you make peace by not meddling. Like you can, it's either one.
Dude, no offense, but if me and Douglas have a row between us or something and we're fighting, and some random person is like, you guys need to stop, I'm gonna be like, shut up. Who are you? Why are you interfering?
Yeah, it's like when Chase
Like,
walks
this
down,
isn't even part, like, you're not even a part of this. Please, like, go do something else.
Okay.
I'm fired.
Yo, Cargo Pickle Man.
I like this whole thing, this whole lesson is kind of situation.
It does. It does.
Hey, yo, Cargo Pickle Man.
Do peacemakers? Hey, do peacemakers want to be peacemakers because they want to meddle?
No.
Oh, I hear both sides of that one right off the bat. Someone said no. Who said no?
Can I go wash my hands?
Yes. Okay, Austin, why no?
Because a peacemaker is like someone that tries, like how you said, they're good friends. Like you don't really have to meddle at that point because if they're arguing, then they probably are arguing loudly. So then you could intervene and peace that way. But meddlers usually try to get into other people's business to try to make something bad about that person.
Okay. Lena, you said no?
I said yeah.
Gabby. Okay. Your girl said no. Why? Explain.
Yeah, but
Okay. Okay, good. Good comments, good thoughts. Now, we meddle in other people's affairs by taking sides. Okay? Generally, when you become a peacemaker, a lot of times you do, Doug, you do tend to start picking sides. Okay? Because you like someone's explanation of the story a lot better than the other ones. Okay?
Or somebody else is right and somebody else is wrong.
Okay?
Hey,
Now, don't take sides. Okay? You can be a peacemaker, don't take sides. But being a peacemaker involves a lot more than just separating two people. Okay? What happens is when the two parties arguing get things settled, and someone just kind of brought this, maybe it was Gabby, and the meddler who takes sides now gets angry. Okay? So a lot of times getting involved in a situation that you, and I would agree with Amethyst, you don't need to be involved in. Okay? It's not your place. It's not your discussion. But a lot of times when you do get involved with that, you end up picking sides. And then you got, especially if it's two friends, and then pretty soon, because you agreed with this person, this party C doesn't like what you just said, and so now A and B are friends, and C goes off with D as a friend, and we have a split issue there, and we have another problem that's developed. As much as possible, we should leave other people's problems alone. And Ricky pointed out this is all based upon situations. Okay? When we get involved, we just need to leave problems alone a lot of times. Okay? Or let people in authority deal with them. Okay? Sometimes it's not our place to get involved. So, here we go. What is friendliness in the teacher's lesson? Proverbs 22:11 says, "He that loveth pureness of heart, for the grace of his lips, the king shall be his friend." Friendliness is the key to having friends. Okay. A person who is kind, has gracious speech, can even be the friend of the king. Okay. This person will have no problems making friends. And a lot of times that's where we worry about, can I make friends? Am I going to be able to make friends? And a lot of times if you're just yourself and doing what's right, the friends are going to come because God's going to bless you with some good friends. So, the definition of friendliness. Friendliness is showing an interest in the lives and affairs of others. Okay? Isn't that why we pick friends? Because they've shown interest and a desire to help and be there for us. So we're showing an interest in the lives and the affairs of others. The opposite of friendliness is selfishness. Okay. I'm going to go ahead, just debating out, just trying to figure out this week's situations. I'm going to go ahead and stop right there, and we'll pick up on letter C, or my C, on this. Don't forget that or Friday, you have a verse quiz, Proverbs 16:33. Last week was 32, so don't get that confused. Proverbs 16:33. So I'm going to cut this short, about a couple minutes here. And so Diels, thanks for tuning in. Well, you missed the other two, but that's okay. We'll pick them up at science, hopefully. Okay, so Diels, that's it for today in Bible. See you in science.
does it mean to, what is extreme happiness or a state of spiritual joy? Okay, please wait till I'm done with the definition. What does it mean to ravage in search of spoils? A feeling of doubt, fear, or uneasiness, a pang of conscience. Assorted items, sundry. Good. To grow gradually less in extent. To stop short and refuse to go on. To render impossible of accomplishment by some obstacle or hindrance. Okay, showing despicable cowardice. To be sorrowful or regretful for some past action or occurrence. Immature, lacking life experience. Okay, to emit a strong, repulsive odor. Easily or gracefully bent, pliant. Lithe. Okay, it's I know it's pronounced or spelled lithe, but it's pronounced lithe. All right. Okay, let's take it. Those of you in distant learning, we are taking our quiz. I sent that out this morning, so make sure you take that. Also, tune in for the dictation portion of our quiz. Oop, almost tripped there. Thank you. Close your book. Yeah, this week was a pretty easy list. So. Oh no. Jada, can you grab one more quiz over there? Can you grab one more quiz over there? I'm sorry. Hang on, let me print it real quick. Okay. Also, please comment if you are present. I see Jeremiah, Giselle, and Yuvia. So Adam and Lacey, please comment if you are watching. Alright, everyone go ahead and turn to the dictation portion. Okay. Number 13 is temperament. Temperament. Number 14, advice. Advice. Yes. Like you're advising someone. Advice. Advise. I advise you to stop talking. 15, necessary, necessary. If you ever ask me to put stuff in sentences, they're so random, I don't really know, so probably no sentences is best. Every time I have to do dictation in the 7th and 8th grade, they ask for sentences too, and they're so random. Like one time it was about pizza. All of my sentences were about pizza because it was the first thing that popped in my mind. Okay, so 16, foreign. Foreign. Like a foreign country. 17, occasion. Occasion. 18, definition. Definition. Number 19 is peaceable. Peaceable. Number 20, harass. Harass. Number 21, beneficial. Beneficial. 22, immediately. Immediately. 23, category. Category. 24, received. Received. And then 25 is foresee. Foresee. I'll go through them again. Yeah, I'll go through them again. Okay, number 13, temperament. Temperament. 14, advise. Advise. 15, necessary. 16, foreign. 17, occasion. 18, definition. 19, peaceable. 20, harass. 21, beneficial. 22, immediately. Sorry. 23, category. 24, received. 25, foresee. Okay, once you are done, you can come turn it in the tray. And then go ahead and take out your literature books. Thank you. Literature. Yes. Go ahead and open your literature books to page 201. Page 201. 201. Yes, sir. Raise your hand if you still have the quiz. We're actually going to do that. Just one. All right, go ahead and turn to page 201. Page 201 in your literature books. Okay, you were to read about the the limerick term. Okay, so on page 201, a limerick is a fixed form of 5 lines, guys stop talking, with an anapestic rhythm and a rhythm scheme, or a rhyme scheme, sorry, of A, A, B, B, A. So if you don't remember what a rhyme scheme is, it's the letter that we designate each rhyme within a line of poetry or within a stanza of poetry. So for example, A, A, the first 2 lines of the poetry or of the poem would rhyme. B, B, those 2 lines of poetry would rhyme together. And then A would be the last line in that stanza, rhyming with the first 2. Okay? So that is what a limerick is made of. The rhyme scheme is A, B, B, A. And then is a fixed form of 5 lines with an anapestic rhythm. So if you don't remember what an anapestic rhythm, go ahead and turn back to page number, let's see, where is it? We did. It was on actually in our last, in unit 5, or no, unit 6 rather, underneath meter, on page number, yes, go ahead and turn back to page number 161, okay? So, anapestic, and there's different kinds of feet, all right? So, anapestic basically means that there are 5 feet in one, what's it called? Let's see. If you guys look, not 5 feet, I'm sorry. There are 2 unaccented syllables followed by an accented one on page 161, okay? So, the first 2 parts of the line of poetry, they're both accented, okay? They're both accented, and then followed by an unaccented, or a stressed symbol, or a stressed syllable, rather, not a symbol. Sorry. So that is anapest, 2 unaccented syllables followed by an accented one. So if you look in our limerick on page number 201, you can break that limerick up into 2 stressed and then 1 unstressed, okay? So it's also an anapestic rhythm, rhyme scheme of A, B, B, A. Lines 1, 2, and 5 rhyme. They contain 3 feet, okay? And then the 3 and 4 lines contain 2 feet. What that's talking about is the measured part of that line, okay? So for example, look at your, in the book right underneath there, or in the box rather, there was a young lady of Niger, okay? So there are different accented and unaccented symbols that are telling you which part of your feet or in that line are stressed and are not stressed. Guys, stop talking. Okay? No more. Okay? Who smiled as she rode on a tiger. Okay? They returned from the ride with the lady inside and the smile on the face of a tiger. Okay? So the lines 1, 2, and 5 they have 3 feet. Okay, what are you doing? You. Why are you using fake binoculars? Okay, so there are 3 feet. There was a young lady of Niger, that's 3, who smiled as she rode on a tiger. 3 again. They returned from the ride, 2, with the lady inside, that's 2 more, and the smile on the face of a tiger. That's a limerick, okay? So the lines 2, 1, 2, and 5 they have 3 feet, and then lines 2 and 3 have 2 feet, okay? Yes. Shh. All right, next, look at the next limerick, okay? Next limerick. There was a young fellow named Hall. Shh. Okay. So let's see if you guys can break it up. So lines 1, 2, and 5, you want to break up into 3. Okay, then lines 3 and 4, you want to break up into 2. Okay. So dividing by the syllables. You don't have to put the accented stress symbols. You don't have to do that. But let's see if you can find the feet within the line of the poem. Okay. So there was a young fellow named Hall who fell in the spring, in the fall. 'Twould have been a sad thing if he died in the spring, but he didn't. He died in the fall. Okay? Limericks, they're a fixed form poem. They're usually written with humorous, light themes. A lot of them are kind of stupid. Just kind of, being honest, like a lot of them, they're really, really random too. So that's kind of the limerick. It's not supposed to be super gory or anything like that. But if it's obviously talking about like a lady being eaten by a tiger, yeah, that's gory. But like if you notice, it's kind of like in a light-hearted spirit. Okay? Yes, Ricky. It can keep going, but the limericks are made of 5 lines. Okay, so they would be different stanzas in a longer poem. Okay. Look at the next one. Or actually, let's divide it. Where did you divide the first 2 lines, Gabby? Good. Okay, there was a young fellow named Hall. That's 3. Okay, who fell after you would divide it after fell, after spring. Good. So who fell in the spring and the fall? Where would you do 3 and 4? Austin, where did you divide lines 3 and 4? It would have been a sad thing if he died in the spring. Where did you divide him? Okay. It would have been, I would do after been, a sad thing if he died, after died in the spring, but he didn't, he died in the fall. After didn't, died, and after died as well. Okay, look at the last one. A tutor who tooted a flute tried to teach 2 young tutors to toot. Said the to the tutor, is it harder to toot or to tutor 2 tutors to toot? Okay, seriously, again, really random, kind of dumb, but I found this one, it was kind of funny. A limerick online. There was a young girl on a tower who looked just as fresh as a flower. Her hair was like silk, her skin smooth as milk, but her breath made the strongest knight cower. Okay, so just different things like that. It's really random, kind of pointless, just telling a story, kind of more of a light-hearted theme. Okay, so listen, your homework for tonight is to write a limerick. This will be due on Thursday. Okay, this will be due on Thursday. Okay, keep it appropriate, obviously, and then we're going to read them out loud in class. Okay, so we're reading them out loud in class. Okay, go ahead and turn the page to page 202. Thursday. Okay, page 202, a haiku. Okay, a haiku, you want to know all these terms. A haiku is it's in Japanese form, it's usually unrhymed. Consists of 3 lines with 5, 7, and 5 syllables, respectively. Okay, so the first line would have 5 syllables. The second line would have 7, and then the third would have 5 again. For example, the falling flower. The falling flower. That's 5. Okay. I saw a drift back to the branch. That's 7. Was a butterfly. Again, that's 5. Okay, so those are different syllables within the line of a haiku. Same thing. The lightning flashes and flashing through the darkness. A night's heron screech. Lightning in the sky, in the deeper dark is heard a night's heron's cry. You guys notice Matsu Basho. He was a Japanese poet, is considered to be the greatest master of the haiku. So you want to know who he is. Although he had been a samurai warrior, he eventually decided to abandon warfare and write poetry. Basho helped develop the art of the haiku, and he was known for his use of comparison and contrast in his poems. So you want to know who Matsuo Basho is. And then we'll go through the cinquain later. So tonight, go ahead and read page 202 to 204. Okay? Thursday. 202 to 204 tonight for homework. And then go ahead and take out your grammar books really quickly. So last night you were to do your worksheet. I will check those in preparation for your test on Friday. So everyone, go ahead and write that down. Make sure that you guys know that. Yes. Okay, that'll be over units 11 and 12. So what we're working on with the gerunds, the infinitives, and the noun clauses. Guys, what are you guys staring at? Anyway, no, grammar. Okay? So tonight, I'll get there. All right? So go ahead and take out your grammar books. Again, we do have a test on Friday, so those of you who did not write it down the first time, I'm saying it again. It will be on the board, but it's up to you to help yourself with writing things down, okay? All right, go ahead and turn to page number 145, okay? So we use parallel structure, just a little bit of review from there. Parallel structure basically means that ideas within a sentence are logically the same, okay? So if a word is a gerund, an item in a series all needs to be gerund. You can't say fishing, I like fishing, hiking, and to go to the lake, okay? Or to go boating on a lake, okay? I like fishing, hiking, and boating. All of those have to end in ing. That's parallel form, okay? So exact and vivid nouns. All right, let's look at this. Look at number 1. Learn to look up synonyms for nouns. Okay, this will help you, obviously, if you have a dictionary. Obviously, we don't have that, but please bring your dictionary to class on Thursday. Okay, just a dictionary if you don't have one. Probably I'll let you guys look it up in your book or in your phone. But that'll be on Thursday. But just basically using exact and vivid nouns is just the section of this Unit 11 where we're trying to find better words to describe what we're feeling, to describe something that we've seen. Exact and vivid nouns, okay? Number 2, learn to select specific nouns rather than general nouns. So for example, in the following examples, notice the progression from general to specific, okay? So there's general, game. Obviously, if you're going hunting, that's a general term. But you need to be specific with exactly what you're hunting for. So if you're looking for fowl, okay, we know that you're looking for a bird, but what kind of bird, okay? A quail, okay, or a bobwhite, specific kind of quail, okay? Same thing, lumber, all right? Lumber is talking about wood in general. You want some lumber to build a house. You need some lumber to build lay down a floor. Okay, if you want to talk about that, what kind of wood? Hardwood, tropical hardwood, mahogany. Okay, those are the specific kinds of wood that you would use rather than using the word lumber. Okay, and then the last one. Okay, food. All right, you're talking about food. Obviously, there are different kinds of classes of food. Okay, so what exactly are you talking about? Are you talking about meat, beef? Okay, specifically beef. Obviously, it's talking about cows in general. then you can talk about top sirloin or the kind of steak that you're talking about, okay? So you're going from broad to very specific, so exact and vivid nouns, okay? Exercise A, you don't exactly need a dictionary. Like it says, learn to look up for the synonyms, but let's look at exercise A, okay? Number 1, okay, your broad term is journey, okay? So list 3 exact vivid nouns that you could probably use instead of the word journey, okay? A trip, all right. Does anybody else have another word for journey? Adventure, good. Okay, how about voyage? Okay, maybe more specifically, what kind of journey are you taking? Okay, are you flying on a plane? Are you going on a cruise? Okay, what kind of journey are you taking? Okay, a quest would be, huh? A cruise? A cruise is not an adjective. No, I'm saying a cruise. Like what kind of journey? Like you can go on a cruise, like you're taking a journey. Or like you're cruising down memory lane, whatever, okay? Quest, good. Okay, so those all can be used instead of the broad term journey. Okay, everyone should be working on exercise A. Okay, following along. So number 2, goodness. What's more specific term or name of goodness? It's the same word. It's not exactly, okay? Another word instead, okay? Another word instead of goodness, okay? What was it? Humility, okay, that's good. What else? What was it? Wellness. Anybody else? Okay, what did you put there instead? What was it? Fullness. Not quite. Was it? Sure, loving, caring, virtue. Okay, virtue could be there. Morality. Okay, make sure that you guys are looking at different words in general rather than using the general term. Okay? Guys, all right, so what another term for the word box? Okay, it could be anything that you want. Okay, whatever you're describing. Okay, container. What else? Chest, crate. What was it? A cube. That'd be like a box car. So just like a regular box. A box. Beetles aren't. Okay, another name for a box, guys. So we got cube, square, crate. We have a carton, okay, a receptacle, okay? Okay. Number 4, introduction. What is another name for introduction? Okay, icebreaker. What else? A meeting. Announcement. Okay, that could be the opening thing. What was it? Start. Okay. The beginning. Okay, an introduction. Just words instead of the broad term introduction. Opener. Okay. Number 6 is a compendium. Let me read the definition for you so you don't know what it is. It is a collection of concise but detailed information about a particular subject. So it'd be kind of like a dictionary, or maybe like at the beginning of school when I gave you a syllabus of a collection of all the rules and expectations. That's what a compendium is. Okay? So good. Syllabus, library, collection of books, stadium, a collection of people, I guess. Encyclopedia, a collection of terms. Good. Data. Awesome. Okay. Apprehension. What's another name for apprehension? What'd you say? Uneasiness. Good. If you don't know what apprehension is, it's basically anxiety or fear, like an anxious feeling. okay, that you're kind of like nervous about. Okay? Okay, suspense, thrilling, agitation, aspiration. Okay. So this is basically what exact and vivid nouns are talking about, are just using words instead, or using more specific terms instead of broad terms. Okay? All right, we're going to practice page 146 tomorrow, but no grammar homework for tonight. But tonight for homework, just read those pages in literature. I'll write them on the board. And then also write your list 7B words twice. Okay? 7B words twice. We're going to go through the exercises tomorrow. But everybody got that? List 7B words 2 times. Okay, you guys are dismissed.
Hello, welcome, distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Make sure you throw your name in the chat. Careful, Jesse. Hitting those wires, dude. Watch those feet. Okay, make sure you throw your name in the chat so I can mark you as present. Some of you have not been turning in some of your work, so make sure you're staying on top of that. Whether you're turning it in on Fridays in the office or you're sending it to me personally, you can do either or. I give you that option in my class, but make sure you're staying on top of it, or else I do give you zeros. Just like if a student doesn't turn in their work here, I give them zeros. Mr. Larson. All right, we are starting chapter 20. Chapter 20. So everyone's notes should be out by now. We're going to pray and then get started. Any prayer requests? Yes, ma'am. Okay, so help Sophia's competition. Okay, so pray for Sophia's dad as well. Any other prayer requests? Yes, sir. Okay, help Rick's travel ball tournament. Put it away. Stop messing around. Doug, put your mask on. Everyone else is wearing theirs. Yes, sir. Driving. Elijah, are you driving as well? Have you started yet or no? Studying still? All right. All right, pray for Isaac, a safety and stuff. Also pray for the guys. We're having one more basketball game today. Safety of travels. We're going to Newport. Should be a good one. Hopefully it's a good one. I don't know, man. No, it's not true. That was their middle school team. Their JV lost by Pacific's JV team lost by 25. And the varsity, Newport's varsity beat Pacific's varsity by 30. Yeah, we're playing the JV. No, you guys, I don't know how you do. If everyone was there, then I don't know. I don't know how we do, but yeah, but they didn't want to play varsity, so we're not. They just want to play JV, so that's what we're playing. If they can, I don't know. I'm taking whoever can go. All right, so pray for that. Any other prayer requests? All right, we're gonna pray, so everyone quiet. We're gonna pray, and then we're gonna get started and do a little notes for today. Okay, let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for all the blessings you give us on a daily basis, Lord, and this week. Thank you that we were able to start volleyball. I know we have a short time for that, but please allow the girls to be able to work hard, learn as much as they can, as fast as they can, and just be able to have a fun season. I know it's not going to be exactly what I want as an athletic director, or Mrs. Cole wants as a coach, or they want as a players, since we don't have a gym quite yet. But please allow them to just be able to learn a lot and have fun with it. Also, please help Sophia's dad, Lord, for him, however the situation is, to just be there for him, protect him, allow him to be able to stay safe in that. Also, please help her competition coming up here soon. Please just bless her and keep her safe as she's going to be competing in that. Also, please help Rick's travel ball tournament coming up shortly as well, for him to be able to learn and just keep on learning to grow as a player and a person, to be able to be an influence maybe to his teammates, and just allow that to go well. Please help the basketball team today, Lord, as we travel, give us safety, and allow the game to go well, for it to be a learning moment, for us to be able to do our best and just learn and continue to move forward as a program. Please help all students today, Lord, in class, whether they have any quizzes or tests, that you just give them wisdom and whatever they take in and honesty as they're doing it. Please help all the distant learners to stay diligent in what they're doing, to make sure they're on top of their work as they're at home, whether they're not feeling well or they just don't feel safe to be at school right now. Please allow them to just stay home for the right reasons and for them to work hard with that. Also, please help Elijah as he's studying for his driver's training, Lord, and please help Isaac as he's kind of in the middle of it, to just continue to bless them in wisdom and cautiousness. Allow all of us to have a good class today. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, chapter 20. Okay, last chapter we finished. Okay, this chapter we're going to start. Okay, I believe we have this chapter and then the next chapter, and then we have a test. So 2 more chapters. Okay, this one is over the Victorian era. Okay, England's Age of Progress. Okay, we just came off our last chapter talking about what? Age of Industry. Okay, it was kind of going on during like the early 1800s. Okay, even a little bit before that. Yes, sir. Sure, I can turn it on a little bit, man. But we're talking about the Age of Industry. It kind of happened a lot of the early 1800s. Okay, and then also up to the 1900s. Okay, this Victorian era is the age of progress in England. Okay, this English place. Okay, this is going to be happening in the 19th century. That's kind of where we're going to be beginning. Okay, and this is where Great Britain's kind of going to take the lead in a lot of this industry and progress and stuff going on at that. Okay, during the early 19th century, the British monarchy showed serious signs of decay. Okay, this is where, remember, they had kings and queens. Okay, we didn't completely talk about it in our class, but we talked about some. I'm talking about actually right now in the 7th and 8th grade. Okay, the transition of different kings and queens. Okay, the few non-king or queens that ruled there, like Oliver Cromwell. Okay, we had different people during that time. Okay, but that monarchy or kingship was kind of decaying, fading away. The position was still going to be there, but the power was not going to quite be there. Inability and immortality marred the reigns of George III, George IV, and William IV, weakening the power of English monarchs. Okay, marred basically saying, hey, it was tainted. Okay, it wasn't the same. It was ruined by their predecessors. Okay, which is going to bring us to our first and most outstanding ruler. Sorry, discipliners, I don't know why it's green on your guys' screen. That's weird, but just work with it. Shark Boy and Lava Girl, dream, dream, dream. Yes, sir.
Do you still have any extra Nutri-Grain bars?
No. Yes, sir. Yes. Come up and get one. No. All right, our first outstanding British leader that we're going to talk about. Okay, he was not a king, but he was known as a prime minister. Everyone good with this note? Yeah. Okay, he was known as William Pitt the Younger. William Pitt. Okay, you don't really need to know the younger part, but William Pitt. Okay, he is the most outstanding British leader at the beginning of the 19th century. Yes, ma'am. Huh? Yes. Yes, there is. No. But we're not going to be talking about the elder because that was before. So you can know it, but on a quiz or test, if you just put William Pitt, I'll accept it. That's what I was saying. Probably, but I don't know. Not for sure. Okay, he was, like I said, not a king, but he was a prime minister. Okay, during the French Revolution and much of the Napoleonic Wars. Okay, he led the England with his bold diplomacy and wise economic policies. Yes, sir. We just talked about that. Yes. It's the elder. William Pitt the Elder. Yes. Okay, but no, William Pitt, outstanding leader. Okay, he was known as prime minister. Happened during the French Revolution. Okay, another ruler or successor of this kind of position of power in England during this time. Okay, it was right after the Napoleonic Wars. He was a esteemed ruler. Okay, the Duke of Wellington. The Duke of Wellington. Okay, he was esteemed because of his military genius. Okay, he was the hero of the Napoleonic Wars. After the wars, he became commander-in-chief of the military and later served as prime minister. Again, there were not really kings at that time, but prime minister or ruler. Okay, we see this time, this is probably happening. This guy was kind of prime minister during like 1769 to like the mid-1800s. Okay, our next man, you okay there, Doug?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry.
Okay, our next guy is Sir Robert Peel. Okay, he was going to be kind of the prime minister for 2 terms from like 1780 to 1850. He was kind of in that position, not at the top the whole time. Okay, but he served England, that's a typo, I'm sorry. He served England in Parliament, the cabinet, and 2 terms as prime minister. He's also remembered for founding the London Metropolitan Police. They were nicknamed at that time Bobbies and Peelers. They're police. Keep your chair down, Adrian, please. Thank you, sir. Okay, that was Sir Robert Peel. What did he do? Just know he served for a while in Parliament, but he made the law enforcement, the London Metropolitan Police. Okay, which is going to bring us to someone we know. Okay, William IV's niece. When she was 11, she learned that she would probably be England's next ruler. Does anyone know? Queen. Very famous name. No, Elizabeth would have been way before this. Queen Victoria. Okay, it was William IV's niece. This was obviously an older picture. Okay, when she was 11, she learned that she would probably be England's next ruler. It is said that she once declared, okay, when she found out she was going to be the ruler, she said, "I will be good." Since they've had bad rulers in the past, bad kings and queens in the past, she's like, "Hey, I'll be good. I'll be good."
That's like such a. But my question is,
Okay.
was she good?
Well, we're going to talk about it, dude. We're going to talk about it. Okay, when she was 11, that's not when she became ruler. Okay, that's when she found out she would be next to rule. Okay, when Victoria was 18 years old. Okay, who's the oldest girl in this room? Any girls 15? 15, raise your hand. 16, raise your hand. 17, raise your hand. 16, you're the oldest, Jaden? When's your birthday? November 1st. Anyone older than that? 16 before November 1st? All right, so imagine in 2 years, Jaden. Say I'm just telling you, you're going to be the ruler of CCS. Okay? And when you're 18, you're going to become the ruler of CCS. All right, that's kind of what happened, but way on a larger scale. Okay? This is... Shh, quiet. Quiet. Okay, she was going to become the ruler of England. At that time, England was one of the greatest, if not the greatest power in industry and strength. Okay, and this woman, this girl at 18 years old became the ruler. Okay, all the responsibilities of the crown fell to her. Okay, all the responsibilities. She was in control. Okay, but she had to deal with all the men from Parliament, all the men from the cabinet. Okay, as an 18-year-old girl.
Were they nice though?
Shh, I don't know. I wasn't there. Victoria would become the longest ruling monarch in English history. Okay, she ruled as monarch for 64 years, basically a lifetime.
That's a long
What?
I looked it up. This is on one of the homeworks. Queen Elizabeth has been in longer. Like 85 years.
But she's still alive, so it doesn't count.
Yeah.
She's still long as ruling.
I mean, did she rule that whole time?
She's been in really.
Queen Elizabeth, was she queen and ruled for 81 years? I don't think that's accurate. I don't think she lived that long.
Look it up.
If she ruled for 81 years, she didn't become queen until she was like 12. So that means she's at least 93. You're saying she is like still longer? I don't know. I don't know.
I was like this and you turn around, you're here.
And it was up to this point. Okay, we're not in present day.
But look it up, and I know I'm right.
At this point, though, we're talking about this time of history.
Wait, Queen Elizabeth II's still alive, though.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. But we're not talking about that because we're not talking about present. We're talking about 19th century.
It doesn't count until she dies.
That's true.
No offense, Queen Elizabeth.
All right, continuing with this. Okay, this note's continued. Shh. Quiet. For those who like commenting, yes. For those who like commenting, be quiet. Oh, sorry, I skipped that one. Okay, under wise leadership of Queen Victoria, Great Britain reached the height of its glory. Okay, basically like its climax. And became the leading country of the world at that time. Again, in industry, in power, communications, in commerce. So like ships sailing to other countries, India, China, trading. Okay, if the note doesn't finish, that's because it's continuing on the next one. Okay, it covered a quarter of the globe and was said the sun never sets on the British Empire. Basically saying, hey, because their trade and everything stretched out so far, okay, saying the sun never sets. So when the sun's setting in one area where England, or say the country of England, okay, it's rising on another part. Okay, that's basically what it's saying, or that quote's saying. Okay, because it was so large, so amassed. Okay, it wasn't a kingdom like previous times we talked about. They didn't conquer everyone, okay, but they ruled over a lot of areas. They traded, they explored. In 1840, Queen Victoria married Prince Albert of Germany, who was called the Prince Consort. Together, they had 9 children. just like Liberty's basketball coach. Queen Victoria had 9 children with Prince Albert. That's a lot of kids, man. It's a lot of kids. I mean, it's king and queen, so
Yeah, but like as a normal person, how?
you just make it happen, man. They make it happen. Just
That's why they
hashtag Nike, just do it.
Bro, and imagine if they're all
All right, moving forward. Okay, Albert, Victoria's queen, encouraged Victoria to do the right thing. The right thing. And influenced her to be deeply involved in Britain's domestic and international affairs. Shh. Quiet. But at Albert's death, Victoria retreated to her castle and was rarely seen in society for years. Okay, so Albert, her husband, okay, basically said, hey, Victoria, you need to be a part of your community, your kingdom. The kingdom is large. You need to be like an influencer. Okay, you need to be out there, showing your face, being there for the people. Okay, but once he died, what did she do? She kind of just ran back to her castle, stayed hidden away, was not relational to the people at all. Okay, one thing that happened during this time as well, again, what century, what time period are we kind of talking about in England? Okay, the 19th century, this is kind of all just like an intro to it. Okay, some things that happened during this time as well. In 1851, okay, this building was built, the Great Exhibition. Okay, it was the first World Fair, not like fairs we have today. Okay, but it was the first World Fair. It was held in London in 1851 and displayed Britain's great scientific, industrial, and cultural achievements. Okay, it's more like a museum, okay, of their accomplishments. You know how like some schools, when they get trophies, they have a trophy case? Okay, this was basically their trophy case of all their achievements in every area of life. Okay, over 6 million people visited the Great Exhibition housed in this Crystal Palace, and this would be this building right here. This is more a present day picture, not the past, how it would have looked. Okay, Queen Victoria's policy of cooperation with Parliament, especially the House of Commons, revealed her awareness of the move toward further popular participation and representation in British political life. She built a policy. Give me a second. No, they're distant learners. No. Shh, quiet. See if I go like this. Okay, it's working on yours, just not working on theirs. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right, got it for them. Okay, she made this policy, which is going to bring us to this term we need to know. Okay, we're just going to do a few more, then be done for today, so pay attention. Find your seat, Adrian. Put your mask on. Okay, suffrage. Okay, suffrage. Okay, this is the right to vote. Okay, it was eventually granted to the middle-class males by the Reform Bill's extended suffrage to working-class males, and later all adult males. Women received the right to vote in 1918. Okay, remember, in this period of time, okay, what was the job of a woman?
Nothing.
Okay, you were a mom and you were a housekeeper. Okay, that's what you did. Okay, that's what you did. Okay, obviously we have a different mentality today. Okay, women have more rights. They have more knowledge to be able to do more than just sit at home and housekeep. If they would like. If they would like. I don't really know what words to use there, but that's what I did. Yes, women's rights there. All right, but there's going to be two groups of people we're going to talk about. Okay, these are also two terms we know today, even in our government, two terms we use. Okay, but they originated here. Okay, first we have what are two names in government that we know? Okay, that is one. That is one. Liberals. There you go. Liberals. Okay, these were the people that represented... Shh. Doug. Okay, these were the people that represented the middle class of the industrial age. They sponsored reform to grant more rights and political liberties to more people. Again, these terms are stretched in our day and age. Okay, but this was the original purpose of liberals, the thinking of them. Okay, and when these terms first came to be, after you guys finish, conservatives are the next one. And again, this term means something different today than it did back then.
Plus, this is England. This isn't even America.
That is true as well. Okay, then we have conservatives. Okay, these people represented the nobility and other wealthy people. They tended to oppose change and were hesitant to grant new political power to the masses. Okay, these terms still, they kind of mean the same thing in America, but on way different scales. Okay, basically conservatives wanting tradition, that kind of stuff. Liberals wanting whatever's going on in life. Okay, but this is going to bring us to our next person we need to know. He was a conservative. We need to know.
George Washington.
Nope. Nope. Okay, these people would oppose these different things. Ironically, the world's most famous leaders of these two parties. First, we have William Gladstone.
Whoa.
William Gladstone. He was born to wealth and luxury. Okay, obviously, if he's born to wealth and luxury, he's going to be part of the party that supports nobility, wealth, and luxury. He was a conservative before joining the ranks, another typo, sorry, of the Liberal Party. Okay, he was born into this. He was a conservative, but then he was like, man, I just don't agree with their thinking. Okay, I'm going to change. He becomes part of the Liberal Party. He was deeply religious and a great orator. Okay, what is an orator? What is an orator? Public speaker. There you go. Speaker. Okay, he had one of those voices that just capture you.
Like mine.
Sure. Okay, he was responsible for political and social reform during his several terms as prime minister. Yes, that is a typo. Ranks of, not faux.
For show.
Okay, our next person is going to be someone that was originally born into kind of a group that would be considered low. Okay, they were lowly because of his birth, because of his nationality. But he kind of did the opposite. Okay, he started low, but he swings his philosophies to conservative. Just like Gladstone, he started wealthy and luxury, and he switched his things to liberal. Okay, Benjamin Disraeli. Benjamin Disraeli. Okay, he was of Jewish descent, and lowly birth. Okay, maybe common folk, the lower middle class. He swung from liberalism to become the leader of the Conservative Party. He sponsored certain reforms for benefit of the masses, and he was especially regarded by Queen Victoria.
Why does this suit look like it's been drawn on?
Because I don't know, man. I don't know. You're asking the wrong person.
You got some fashion sense of your own. You got mad drip.
Not in those days.
Nobody liked
Okay, but this is, again, what age are we talking about? This chapter?
the Victorian.
Victorian age. Okay, England's greatness during the Victorian age stemmed from its high esteem for the Bible and its principles. England of the Victorian age was known for its great preachers. Okay, during this time and this growth, right? England's at its climax right now under Queen Victoria. Okay, under this time. Okay, maybe a reason for it, can't really say, but maybe a reason for it is because they were focused on the Bible. Okay, one of the most famous speakers of this time that we probably all know his name in England, he was known as the Prince Adrian of preachers. Yes. Shh. Everyone good with this note? Okay, Charles Haddon Spurgeon. Charles Haddon Spurgeon, also known as the Prince of Preachers. You want to know that. He's known as the Prince of Preachers. Okay, he is the greatest preacher of the Victorian era. Okay, obviously, you can't really say someone's the greatest speaker, but he was the most known probably. That's what greatest means. Okay, and the pastor of London's largest church. Okay, he was a good speaker. Does that mean he was perfect? By all means, no. Okay, he was not perfect, but he was a good speaker, and he did speak the Bible. Okay, so he was the greatest, most popular, most known. Okay, but another popular preacher we're going to talk about in this Victorian age, Adrian, stop talking. Okay, is F.B. Meyer. Not Moyer, but Meyer. F.B. Meyer, a popular preacher of the Victorian age. He was in great demand as a Bible teacher and convention speaker. He also wrote several devotional studies of the Bible. Okay, this guy, he wasn't quite known as much for his speaking abilities. Okay, he wouldn't be one of the people that is like, wow, his voice just captures you when he speaks. Okay, but rather, he was known more for his intellect. Okay, he was a smart person. Okay, he really connected with the people's minds. Okay, that's why also he wrote a ton of studies, because he's like, hey, I know all this knowledge. Okay, I know all these things. I'm good at explaining it, so I'm going to teach. He was a teacher of the Bible. Okay, rather than just a speaker of the Bible. Yes, sir. A little bit. A little bit. Okay, last note for today. Last person we're going to talk about, then we'll be done. Okay, another great American evangelist. Okay, during this time, obviously, because America was just kind of beginning its own. Shh. A great American evangelist. Does anyone know? Anyone say it? You say it? There it is. Dwight L. Moody. D.L. Moody. He was a great American evangelist who had a tremendous impact upon the people of the Victorian age. Okay, he had an impact here in America, but he also had a great impact in the country and land of England. Okay, he was a great speaker, still known today.
Mr. Coral,
What's up?
you know in Harry Potter, the Moody guy who has the fake eyes?
Mad-Eye Moody?
Huh?
Mad-Eye Moody?
Literally, when I was little, whenever I heard Dwight L. Moody,
No, yeah, you're
the
right. You're
picture
right.
of Mad-Eye Moody would come up, and I just thought, like, so weird.
That looks like a mad version of younger.
Oh, man.
Express when he-
All right, that is it for the notes today. Yes, sir. 21? Sorry. F.B. Meyer. All right, that is it for the notes. For homework. Shh. For homework.
305.
Everyone needs to be quiet and pull out a sheet of paper and write it down. It's not Wednesday. Sorry.
Page 305, numbers 1 to 6.
No, it's actually less. Page 305, questions 1 through 3. Page 305, questions 1 through 3. But we also have tomorrow a...
Essay.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We don't have a quiz. But Wednesday we will have a quiz. We'll review tomorrow for that. Okay, be ready for that. Shh. Yeah, a quiz. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, today is Tuesday. Yeah, there is a quiz tomorrow. Sorry. I thought there was a quiz, but I was looking wrong. Page 305, questions 1 through 3. We got about 6 minutes left. We're going to review for a quiz. Okay, so that means, Adrian, go back to your own seat.
It's a 305.
Yeah, you can do that at your own seat.
I had my focus.
All right, page 305, questions 1 through 3. That's it. Okay, our quiz tomorrow specifically are over pages 285 to 292. You guys should be writing this down. Certainly those who need to get their grades up. So take out a piece of paper. Okay, just like 7th and 8th graders, they're like, why is my grade low? That's because you don't do what the teachers tell you. I don't know. Questions 1 through 3 for homework. Yes, Lena? No, you're good. And then the quiz tomorrow is over page 285 to 292. It's going to have questions like this. Again, I'm not telling you the answers. I can tell you some of the questions. Okay, some of it will be the notes. Some of it will be over homework. Okay, let's start off with the easy one. Who is known as the Prince of Preachers? We just talked about it.
Spurgeon.
Spurgeon, good. Who was known, we talked about this one today as well, who was known as the Victoria's Prince Consort? This was Prince Albert, good. Prince Albert, or just Albert. Okay, again, some of it's from the notes, some of it's from the homework, so you want to make sure you review the homework. It's from pages 285 to 292. Okay, who was the most outstanding British leader at the beginning of the 19th century? Talked about that today. You can't just know the Duke guy. You got to know his name.
Duke of Wellington. Duke of Wellington, bro.
Like, what Ramsey is makes?
William Pitt the Younger.
Who was considered the most outstanding? It's not the Duke of Wellington.
William Pitt Younger.
Yes, there you go. William Pitt the Younger. You can't just put William Pitt. I'll take it. But it is William Pitt the Younger because, yes, there is William Pitt the Elder. We've already mentioned his name in previous chapters. Okay, name the prime minister that was the leading voice for the Conservative Party. Okay, we just talked about him. Okay, who is the leader of Gladstone? Glad, happy. Gladstone. William Gladstone. You want to know that? Let's see. There's a few more questions over that section. I'm trying to ask the harder ones. Okay, this one was more in the reading. Okay, name the woman who created the modern nursing profession. Okay, there you go. You want to know that as well. Yep. Yep. Okay, also, who was the first Baptist missionary to Japan? That was also part of the reading. You want to know that? I'm not saying the answer. Okay, who was the first Baptist missionary to Japan? Okay, who founded the Salvation Army? This is also from the reading.
William Booth. No, yeah.
William Booth. Make sure you guys are paying attention for when we have a quiz. So if you fail, it is on you. What famous cricket player became a missionary? I'll give you a hint. His first name is kind of a letter, period name. We didn't talk about him. It's in the reading from yesterday. Avery, you might not know because you weren't here. You didn't get the homework. CT Stud. Sorry, couldn't hear. CT Stud. Okay, last one that you'll need to know for the most part. Okay, the Reform Bill of blank, what year? Gave the middle class the right to vote. We talked about that today. The Reform Bill of what? Gave the middle class the right to vote. 1832. Okay, you'll want to know that date. That's the only date that's on there. Okay, that is your quiz. We'll have that tomorrow. Okay, again, homework is page 305, questions 1 through 3, and the quiz tomorrow. Okay, you guys may be dismissed. Distant learners, let me know if you need anything. Good to see you, Via, Giselle, Adam, Lacey, Jeremiah. Good to see everyone here. Hopefully you're doing well.
Okay, take out a piece of paper for a reading quiz. Good to see you, DLs. Welcome back. Where's my clicker now? Okay, here's your quiz. If I turn this thing on. 10 questions today. What? Anybody not finished? Okay, here's your answers. Did they come up? Okay, hold on. They came up. DLs aren't getting it, so hang on. Okay, there you go, DLs. Okay, this will go on 10.1. Jaden? Derek? Isaac?
I got 8.
Andrew? Amethyst? Austin?
10.
Maya? Doug? Sophia? Lena? Lelena? Adrian? Gabby? Jesse? Ricky? Avery? 7? 10. Elijah? Okay. Okay, let's do a little review. What is a form of mineral, magnetite, known since ancient times to have a magnetic properties? Lodestone. Good. What is a black iron oxide? Magnetite. What is an object capable of attracting materials such as iron or steel by magnetic force? A magnet. What is the property of attracting objects by the magnetic force? Magnetism. What are the regions, 2 points of a magnet where the magnet's attractive properties, magnetism, is concentrated? Okay. What is the north-seeking pole? North Pole. And what's the south-seeking pole? South Pole. What law states that unlike poles attract each other, but like poles repel each other? Yep, law of magnetic poles. What are the regions surrounding a magnet in which other objects are affected by the magnetism? Okay, a magnetic field. And what are the imaginary lines that indicate the direction of the strength of magnetic field? Lines of flux. What law states that the force between two magnetic poles directly related to the product of the pole's strength and then inversely related to the square of the distance between the poles? Okay. And what is the extent to, that should be just TO, to which a material can absorb or change channel lines of magnetic flux? What? Permeability. Okay. Today's lesson, understanding magnetism. Okay, so what's going on out in the magnetic field is you have all of these electrons that are flowing all over the place. Okay, it's that motion of the electrons that affects or causes or strengthens, or however you want to put it, the magnetic field of that object. Here's some types of motions of electrons. First of all, you have what's called a spinning motion. They spin about on their axis, which produce a strong magnetic field. Okay, so as you can see, these lines of flux coming off the north and south poles. Okay, as it's spinning around. You have an orbital motion, just like the planets of the solar system. They're going around a nucleus of the atom, or spinning motion. Okay. Orbital motion, just like the planets. Okay. That nucleus in the solar system would be the sun. In here, it would be the atom. Now, the sources of magnetism in the atoms. A strong magnetic field is produced by the spin of the electrons, okay, on their axis. A weaker magnetic field just is affected. Effect is produced by the orbital motion of the electrons about the nucleus of the atom. And a very weak magnetic effect is produced by the spin of an atom's nucleus on its axis. Okay, so you have a strong to a very weak motion or attraction, magnetism. So an electron spin, okay, is basically the most important cause of magnetism in the magnetic materials. Okay, it was the base of the spin that was causing the strong to the weak areas of the magnetism. The tiny magnetic fields that are set up by the spinning electrons combine in such a way that they produce a net magnetic field of zero. Okay? So it's got to start somewhere, and that's where it starts, is that zero, that least one. Because they're spinning in opposite directions, their magnetic fields oppose one another, and then they cancel each other. Okay? So because there's no strength at zero, everything cancels out. Zero. Electron spin. Okay? That's like in math. 5 times 0 brings us right back to 0. Okay? So the same type of principle applies to magnetism and the spin of the electrons. Because they're spinning in opposite directions, they cancel each other. In some atoms or some substances, some electrons in the outermost electron shell lack electron partners. But eventually we'll probably find them because we usually have an even number of electrons out there. Instead of canceling, the magnetic fields of these electrons give the atom as a whole a magnetic field like a tiny bar magnet. Okay? So probably except for like at 0 where they cancel themselves out and everything becomes so weak, they're basically still, no matter how small, there is a magnetic field around certain objects. The nuclear magnetic resonance. So even when the nuclei of atoms have magnetic fields, adjacent atoms are usually oriented so that their fields cancel each other out. But a powerful magnet field applied to an object causes the magnetic fields of the nuclei to align so that they are in the same direction. Being in the same direction creates more of a magnetic pull. So when the nucleus in a magnetic field absorbs the radio waves of the correct frequency, the spin continually reverses rapidly, flipping the nucleus magnetic field. And so the nuclear resonance, the NMR, is similar to the resonance caused by sound waves. And we talked about that when we were talking about the sound and the waves, the motion of them. So the resonant frequency of each nucleus is affected by nearby atoms in the same molecule, giving each compound a distinct pattern of resonance frequency. Okay? Chemists, they use this NMR spectroscopy or analyzing a substance or phenomena by using light to help them determine the structure of certain types of molecules. In the medical technique of magnetic resonance imaging, MIR. Anybody ever had an MIR done? Okay. They use the NMR to produce a three-dimensional image of the inside of your body. Okay, and so it helps the doctors to determine what's causing or what's going on in a certain area. So even if the atoms of a given object have impaired or unpaired electrons, the object as a whole will not possess a magnetic field unless the atoms work together. They've got to work together for that cause. So in a strongly magnetic substance like iron, a magnetic field of an individual atom may cause the atom around it to line up with the field. Why? Because an iron bar, iron is a highly magnetic substance, and so everything around it will be drawn to it because of its strength. So this forms a larger field around the iron with billions of atoms lining up together, creating a more magnetic field. So how does it form? It forms domains. Okay? A domain is just a group of aligned atoms having a single magnetic field. I don't know if it's coming through DL's too good. The black didn't come off on the purple as well as I wanted to. So you're magnetized, everything is flowing in one direction. They're all lined up, ready to go. They're marching down the road. But an unmagnetized group, okay, is just jumping all over the place. There's no sense of order. It's not going to happen. The magnetism is not going to be there for these guys. So here's what it looks like with the magnetic field of a magnet. Okay, if you were to put it under the microscope, domains. Okay, so the magnetic field of a magnet is just the sum of the fields of the thousands of magnetic domains. Okay, so all these little lines, these lines of flux that you see here, inside each of those little lines of flux, you have all of these electrons marching like ants. Okay, and the stronger the march, the more of the electrons going in one direction, the more that they can get accomplished in their magnetic field. So we create what's called a domain theory. This is the foundation of our understanding of what makes a magnet work. Okay? Now we all know what a magnet does. But this is the theory that tells us. Now, a substance can only form a magnet only if its domains are mostly aligned in the same direction. Okay? So basically, like wood, it would be an unmagnetized situation because in the wood, all of those electrons are flowing all over the place. They don't have any sense of purpose or direction or cause. And an army that has cause, has a purpose, will be a force to reckon with. Okay? Huh? What'd I do? What? What are you going uh-oh for? What am I doing? Yes. Are we good?
Slightest movement, but it won't turn off
Uh-huh.
when someone jumps.
Yeah. Well, I had trouble getting it up there to begin with, so I'm not surprised that things are okay. I'm a computer jinx, I think. Okay, are we ready to go with this now? Okay. So here's the amounts of attraction. You have a diamagnetic substance. This is just a substance which lacks unpaired electrons. It's slightly attracted by either pole of the magnet, so like a diamond. Nothing is going to attract the diamond. Nothing is going to, thus making it one of the hardest or the hardest substance out there. Okay? Ready? I was watching one of you write your notes, and this is just a little rabbit trail right now, guys, but I was talking to the junior high this morning about the same thing, that because someone was having a hard time keeping or finishing a line, and it was kind of a long one, but I says, just jokingly, I says, can't you just look at the words and know where the line is and just write on the line? And can you? Okay. Most of the time, either our words start going up or they go down. Okay. I don't know. I've never been able to. I do for a short period, but long distance, Okay. Anyway, that was just a sidebar. That has nothing to do with electrons and magnetism, and except maybe that the the lead of the pencil is magnetized to the line of the paper, and then as you're writing, the more you go up, the loops you make, the more magnetism it creates. And then it always seems to fall back to the line, and you just keep going along. No? No. Nice try. B, the a paramagnetic. Just, it's science, trying to figure out something. Yeah. A paramagnetic substance. This is a substance which has one unpaired electron. It's slightly attracted by either pole of the magnet. So you have like aluminum. Aluminum is an unmagnetic material. You can't magnetize aluminum. But there is a slight magnetism that goes into it. Okay? Not great, not usable, but it can attract. Okay? Your third, ferromagnetic substance. This is a substance that has several unpaired electrons per atom, and it is strongly attracted to magnets, like iron. Ferromagnetic substance, iron. Okay, so the three, diamagnetic, diamond. Think of it, you can't magnetize a diamond. Paramagnetic, aluminum, slightly, ever so slightly. And then you have your iron, which is a ferromagnetic substance. These are three substances that just show the amounts of attraction for magnetism that goes on. So, here's what we just went over. And I think this is just all in your notes as is. Okay? Diamagnetic, there's none, very weak. Paramagnetic, there's one, weakly attraction. Ferromagnetic, more than one, you get your strong attraction. So the ease of magnetization, okay? Magnetically soft magnet. Okay, we'll start with that one. This is just a substance that can be quickly magnetized even in a weak magnetic field. Okay? And last year I took this picture. Can you figure out whose left picture that is? The one on the paper.
You found it on the internet. It's a trick.
He's looking right at Isaac.
Because you're the one that was talking about it. So I'm just waiting for your explanation. My fridge is black. That's white.
No, son, that's silver.
It's white with the shade.
No, it's silver with white.
I do have you because I didn't get this last year. I got it off the internet. Okay? Got you going though, didn't I? You're trying to think, how did he get this note from me? Teachers have their ways. Okay? Okay, so all these are very soft magnetizational materials. Okay? You have your temporary materials. Okay? They can be magnetized for a short period of time, and then pretty soon they will lose their magnetization. Okay? like a paper clip. Okay. You put a paper clip, and they make these paper clip holders that have a magnet on the outside rim. Okay. And so all the paper clips stick to that magnet. They are magnetized at that point, but then later on, as they're on the paper and doing other things, they will lose that magnetization. Okay? And they are easily magnetized. You have your magnetically hard magnets, substances whose domains strongly resist changes in the direction of their magnetic fields. Okay? And so here you have all of these materials that will strongly become magnets. Magnetically hard magnets. Okay? Got it? Everybody? Letter D. And then you have materials that can become permanent magnets. A magnet that is made from magnetically hard material, and it won't lose its magnetization. Okay? Got it? Now, commonly hard materials include an alloy called alnico. Excuse me. This is a common of aluminum, nickel, cobalt, and the small amounts of iron or other metals. Thus you get the word alnico.
So it's like an
Okay.
alloy. Just like,
Uh-huh.
wait, Chris is gonna ask why the A on the end of the yellow folded.
Say it again.
Why is the A on the end of the yellow folded for nickel?
Because they represent the letters in alnico.
Oh,
Okay. What do they call that? A
the thing with like, yeah, it's just that and the letter.
I don't know. Okay. Tonight's homework is just to read.
All you do.
There's alnico. Okay. Make sure that 10.1 is in today. Okay? On Friday, listen up, on Friday. Okay? DLs, if I can work it out with you, I will do the same thing for you. But in class, if you do not on Friday, listen up, if you do not have any missing work on Friday, then I got a little treat for you. Okay? But that's, if you have one, it washes it all away. Okay? So make sure that everything's turned in by Friday. Okay? For that special, individually. Okay? Special little treat from me. Okay? DLs, like I said, if you can work it out, I'll give you your treat also. So get your stuff in also, and that way you can feel better about yourself. Okay? And I'll have less of a heart attack getting things done. Okay? DLs, it's been a pleasure. We've got about 7 minutes left, so work on 10.1 if you don't have it done. If you do, read pages 243. What is it? 243 to 248. Okay? Have a great day. Stay tuned for math or whatever subject you have next. We shall see you.
Rise. All rise for the Honorable Mr. S. Okay, anyway. Moving on. Sit down. I'm kidding. All right. Welcome to Algebra 1. We're going to do something a bit different today. I know your review was due today, but what we're going to do is we're going to set up each of the word problems you had assigned. So from there, you guys should be able to solve the systems, if nothing else. If you already have it done, good for you. Double check that you set up your problem correctly so that you're ready to go. Does that make sense? That's the idea here, is that this is a chance for you to check your own work before you turn it in. And it's also a chance for, if you were struggling with how to set up the word problem, to hopefully get one last review in before your quiz and test. Keep in mind, you guys have a quiz tomorrow over 5.3 and 5.4, ladies. And you have a test. And then you have a test Thursday, Friday over all of Chapter 5. Okay, again, those worksheets will review on this topic. You have had multiple quizzes, reviews, tests, or it's not tests, worksheets. You guys should be ready for this test. So let's go ahead and go over each of these word problems, how to set it up. Number 31. No. So many levels of no. First of all, not red. Second of all, I can't do that on this one. I actually probably could, but no, that means pick a color. That doesn't mean rainbow.
No, yeah, I know.
Okay. So the sum of the digits, guys, listen up. Okay, I'm not going to compete with you guys today. I'll just stop doing this if I need to. I'm not looking at you. Chill. You just happen to be in the line of sight. The sum of the... Bye. If you're in 10th grade, I need you to leave at this point. I told you guys to stop interrupting me, though. Bye. The sum of the digits in a two-digit number is 10. Their difference is 4. So let's let... 31, dude. It's labeled on the screen. Then scoot up and stop sitting in the back. Like, I don't know what to tell you there. All right. So we will let x... I forgot palm rejection on this app is not great. X be the ones place. And y be the tens place. Now, it doesn't matter if you had it backward. Just every single one of your equations is going to look backward. Does that make sense? Okay. Actually, honestly, I don't even know if it'll end up being ones and tens, but I'm just letting each one equal a digit. Okay, that's the important bit. So the sum is 10. How do we represent the sum of things? Plus. So x plus y equals 10. Their difference is 4. How would I represent their difference?
Subtraction.
X minus y equals 4. So this should be the system of equations you get. Then you would go through and solve. I would eliminate y because it's already there. 2x equals 14, x equals 7. And then go from there. There are two possible answers to this question, by the way, because it's never told which digit is larger. So, you don't have to have both. I'm just saying, yeah, you just... Okay, 32. The sum of the digits in a two-digit number is 13. If a number is written in reverse, it is 9 more than the original number. Find the number. I think I remembered how to set this up, but I don't want to start down the wrong path. So give me a second. I know what I would try, but yeah. Yes. Yeah, if you already turned it in, you can unsubmit. Yes. Okay, again, we'll deal with it at the end. Just remind me. I just had to go get things in between classes, but I will gladly help you with that. What number is this? Where am I? What year is it? No. I'm not actually asking for the...
1995.
Oh, yeah, duh. No, that would be way easier than what I was going to do. All right. And this is why I look it up. All right, so here we go. We'll let x be the first digit, or tens place if you prefer, and y be the second digit. Okay? So their sum is equal to 13. So based on the previous one, what should I probably write down?
X plus y equals 13.
13. Okay, now, this is going to be weird. You guys just kind of have to bear with me, and this is also partly why I'm going over it. Okay? For the second one, if I write it one way, true or false, one of the variables has to be 10 times the other because 10's place in 1's place. True. Okay? Not the variable, I'm sorry, the value of the variable. So like if I had 37, it would be 30, like not just 3, even though it's a 3-digit. Follow me? Okay, if I had 37, this would be the same as 30 plus 7, or 3 times 10, right? That's what I'm saying. Okay. All right, so we're going to use that concept here to represent writing it both ways. Okay? So if I have the digit, let's say I have x plus 10y, okay? Because one of them is going to have to be 10 times, or in the tens place. But then if I write it backward, so if I say x is the tens digit, then it's 9 more than the original.
So 9 more than the original because you're flipping it, or?
Yeah. No, it told us that in the question, dude. Number 32, if the number is written in reverse, it's 9 more than the original. So I don't know which one they're counting as the original.
Oh, okay. I just looked at the actual story problem, and now I get what you're
Yeah. So, okay, it doesn't matter which side the plus 9 is on. It's just as long because one side is going to be 9 more than the other. That's the important bit. Okay, and then from there we'll get the digits. So, just looking through this, then we would go through and simplify. We would subtract 9x and subtract y from both sides, and we would get, for our second equation, if you will, I'm sorry, not minus 9, minus 10x, we get negative 9x when we subtract. That's what I was trying to do.
minus 9
No. Minus 10x from both sides.
Oh.
It appears as a negative 10. Anyway, I accidentally wrote a 9 first because that's the answer, because brain. All right. Minus y, so I get negative 9y is equal to, well, 9. Okay, I'm going to show you all a shortcut to the next step of simplification. I'm not going to keep going, but I will just say, the textbook went through and multiplied the top one by 9. Why wouldn't you just divide the bottom one by 9? X plus y equals 13. Negative x minus y equals 1, which would be a whole lot easier to work with. Wait. That leads into a problem, though. Oh, derp, this is positive. Positive 10 minus 1 is positive 9. Yeah, that would be our problem. Anyway, from there, then you would solve. Yeah. My bad. All right. Huh? Yeah, sure. What? I just accidentally had a negative at one point.
Wait, and then where's your access negative then?
I got rid of it. I made it a positive. 10. Why am I pointing at my screen like you can see it? All right, 10y minus y is positive 9y. I accidentally wrote negative 9y at the first time, so I just changed it to a positive. Anyway, Rick, what was your question? Yeah, it's fine.
Positive 10, okay. With all that information, this is the answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Solve it for yourself. Number 33. Number 33. Okay, let's go ahead and consider that one. Murray Christian High School.
33 was so easy in my head when I first looked at it, then I tried and I just got lost.
Okay.
That one I was actually able to do.
So let's go ahead and go through this. Screen's working, yeah? Okay, double checking. All right, so number 33, here we go. Murray Christian High sold 600 $7 and $9 tickets, I really wish they put a comma in there, to their spring concert and senior class play. If the total receipts were $4,500, how many of each price ticket were sold? It's one of those sentences I can't look at and say. All right, so why? All right, so it still works.
That's how Andrew.
Let's let X be tickets at $7. It doesn't matter which one's which, I'm just picking one. Okay? And Y be tickets. Why did I dot my E? At $9. All right, makes sense? Okay. So if I add the two numbers together, what does it have to equal? How many tickets were sold? 600. So if I just add the number of tickets, I get 600. Now, I know the total dollar amount is $4,500, and I'm trying to figure out how many tickets were sold at 7 and how many were sold at 9, right? Okay? So how would I represent the total amount of money brought in by X tickets at $7 a piece? No? 7X. How would I represent how much money was brought in by Y tickets at $9? 9Y. And there's your system of equations.
Solve that, boy.
Okay.
Ray Rice combo.
Anyway, so there allows you to solve that. Is this making more sense as we go?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I wanted you guys to try it on your own. Let me put it that way. Because then you start to realize what you should be looking for. All right, 36. 36. Oh, great. I have a pencil note in here. Hold on. What is that about? Sure. I have no idea what that's about. 36. All right. Joe Boone, really, has some money invested at 8% and more invested at 12%. Okay. So let's start out and let X be at 8% and Y be at 12%. Again, doesn't matter which one's which. It will just make all your letters backwards from then on. Okay. The second amount, is 2,500, or sorry, my glasses are on the cart, is 25,000 more than on the first. Okay, so if I have the first, wait, no. The second account, so that's Y because they gave it to us in order. Okay, does that make sense? So the second amount, is $25,000 more than the first account. So here's my first equation.
Wait, hold on. Wait, John Planking, I got it. Where do we involve this 5,000?
I'm getting there. That's the second equation.
Okay, yeah. Keep continuing.
And the annual simple interest on the second account, a second amount, okay? So we're dealing with annual interest, so I'm just going to take rate times the principal because we understand time is 1 and that's not going to change anything, okay? Exceeds the interest on the first amount by $5,000. So the interest on the second, okay, so I would represent that as 0.12y, right? Because 12% y. Yeah, and then times 1, but like, meh. All right. And,
Wait, what you get plus? Isn't that equal that and you do
okay, so then the first amount, how would I represent the interest on the first amount?
0.08 plus
Good. 0.08x. Don't forget your variable.
plus 5.
And then we're told that the interest exceeded the first by $5,000. That means it's $5,000 more than.
You just solve from there.
Yep.
What?
It doesn't matter.
Does it?
No. Realistically speaking, I mean, the book actually used substitution. I mean, honestly, I would just as simply... Elimination would require clearing decimals first, and then going through and, like... I would just probably grab substitution too. Especially since you already have y solved in the first one. So you can just throw it in the second one and go. You already have y equals something in the first equation. So I would just shove what it equals in the second equation and start solving. I mean, because that's what I would see the fastest.
So you do like.
So, like, I would go through... Now, again, this is personal preference. But I would just start out by saying 0.12 times x plus 25,000 equals 0.08x plus 500, or 5,000, sorry. Does that make sense? And then solve from there. And then once I know x, then I'll plug it back into y. Because honestly, that would be faster in this one.
What about the y on top?
Yeah, but once you solve for x equals in this one, then you just plug it in here.
Oh, and then you have the.
Then you have y. Yeah.
And then you can resolve this.
Well, all you have to do is add 25,000x and you have y. That's it. That's all you have to do.
Oh.
Austin,
Can you use the BRT on here?
that's what we did. We just did it in the background. This is P. This is R. T is 1. So, like, there's a 1 there. Trust me. It's there. Same here. This is rate. This is principal. Again, we have an understood 1 as time. And then the $5,000 is just a solid 5,000 amount added to it. That is what we did in the background.
Okay. It was in the background, just like being shy and Mandalorian.
All right. Yes. Anyway. All right. I'm just honestly glad it's not just me sometimes. Anyway, because at the church there, sometimes there's like, oh, whoops, that wasn't shot. What are you going to do? All right. Any other questions on this? Okay. Your chapter review is now due tomorrow. I have not changed the date on Google Classroom. Honestly, I don't care enough to fix it. So turn it in by tomorrow. Okay. You guys have a quiz tomorrow. You guys' test is Thursday, Friday. Now, the consequence of this is that I probably will not be able to grade this before your test. Because Wednesdays, no grading happens at all because I don't have time. And so all my Wednesday grading goes to Thursday, which actually works out because Thursday nothing comes in because I don't give homework on Wednesday. So, like, it works both ways. Like, I just shift it. But just as a heads up, because, like, the idea was you'd have it graded today, you'd walk into your quiz tomorrow knowing how you did and stuff, but I can't do that. So just double check your own work. Again, you're allowed to use calculators to check, just not to do. Yeah, it's fine to check it. You can plug it all in on the calculator. Oh, sorry, I thought you guys knew. All right, now you do. But yeah, to do. You can do it, use it to check. Anyway, so just throwing that out there.
But for real, my family and me were doing number 31 last night. And like, cause like I didn't know, I forgot, I didn't know how to do it. And then me and my mom, my dad was there. My dad's not matching this for that night. But they were using Google all kinds of stuff trying to figure it out. You know, every time they get an answer, I'm like, that's wrong. I know that's wrong. And we FaceTime Randy. Randy didn't have to pull out piece of paper and anything. Does it in his head. There's nothing. He literally was I was like, hey, I told him a question, I showed him it through like my phone FaceTime.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, give me an answer. That's it.
Anyway, no.
Give me an answer without, like, literally within like 10 seconds.
Cool. All right. So keep that in mind. You guys have a quiz tomorrow. This is due tomorrow. You guys have a test Thursday, Friday.
What's the test is just over all in 5.
Yeah. Everything in 5.
Go and study like 5.
Yeah. Keep in mind that's also what we did the worksheets on. So make sure you guys are studying hard because you guys need it. Yes?
So for the section where it says solve each system using a efficient method and for solution.
That means it's your choice. You can choose elimination, substitution. Graphing is never considered efficient, just to clarify that right now. Unless you're using a computer. In that case, it's real efficient. Because, yeah, you can just throw it in and it graphs it for you, and boom, there's the point. But seeing as you guys aren't doing that, Okay. Anyway, the silence. Anyway,
So this test is like the first test you stick in on a new
correct.
starting course, so it's gonna like
It will dramatically affect your current grade.
it's not gonna come from like
It'll either lift you out of the depths or add cement shoes, one of the two.
that's amazing.
All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later.